Good morning and welcome. I'll call the May 8th regular council meeting to order. We've got the open mic started off first, and I know that Mr. Blaine Fuller is here to speak to council, so if you'd like to join us here at the table, please. Sure. Yes, please. Dean, is that mic on? Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just sit down and make myself comfy.
Please do.
Okay.
Comfy for 5 minutes.
There we go. 5 minutes. I got a time limit. All right. Thank you guys very much for letting me come and sit on the open mic today. Certainly appreciate it. My name's Blaine Fuller. I'm with Wetaskiwin Special Olympics here in town. I don't know. I'm a little more intimidated today than normal because I'm a little scared your worship's going to come over the top bench with an elbow smash and, say the wrong thing. But the reason why I'm here today is, first of all, to bring awareness to Special Olympics Wetaskiwin. We serve approximately right now about 80 athletes in 7 different sports. Bowling, 5 and 10 pin bowling, we do bocce, we do swimming, curling, floor hockey, and that's it for now, but we're always looking at developing sports. Our athletes have intellectual disabilities and often don't have the opportunities to have fair and appropriate recreational activities. So our programs help achieve that, kind of cross that barrier in the community. One of the things that happened, we're asking for support today, is in February, our floor hockey team won provincials. So that's our second time winning provincials, and we also we've been picked for Team Alberta. So for a small community like ours to have back-to-back provincial championships and then to be picked simultaneously for 2 national games is very, very unusual for sure. So we're certainly proud of it. And I gotta be honest with you, I don't know how we did it. January, we didn't even have enough folks for a team, so we just kept that old mindset, build it, they will come sort of thing. So what's happening with a lot of our athletes is a lot of our athletes and stuff are on fixed incomes. Opportunities for training, facilities for training, different things like that always come with a cost. And we do Special Olympics Wetaskiwin. We do okay as far as fundraising and stuff like that. The community is extremely generous when it comes to that sort of stuff. But today we kind of come to you to ask if you guys would be interested in helping us out with memberships for the Manluck Center. Last time we went to national games, this city provided us with passes to go to the Manluck Center so that our athletes could go and train, on their own and be able to have a safe environment to do that in. And that's kind of what we're here today to ask for. We have 12 local athletes, and then we've picked up some conscripts along the way, but we're looking for, I guess, a couple for the coaches so that we can get in there and train with our athletes as well. So in total, roughly about 14 passes. The games are in Calgary this year, so you guys will all be able to drive down, watch, and cheer us on, and bring your Go Wetaskiwin signs, which is super exciting. For me, this is a thrill. Traveling across the country with 150 athletes with disabilities can be quite challenging, so only having to go to Calgary is going to be like, it's going to be awesome. Can't wait. But that's kind of, just wanted to bring awareness to our program, ask for a little bit of support if, City Council can help us out with that, and, certainly create awareness that these recreational programs are available in our community. And certainly if anybody is ever wanting to get, a family member, a friend, or somebody involved with Special Olympics, they can just give me a call. If we don't have sports, we're in a very good position. We can development sports. So we have a partnership with figure skating, so we can do figure skating, rhythmic gymnastics. There's a ton of different sports that folks can participate in. So we certainly, I'm the program coordinator for the Special Olympics here in town, and so building programs and having fun is kind of my forte, I guess. I like to do that sort of stuff. So that's pretty much all I got to say. I didn't realize I had 5 minutes, otherwise I would have brought a book. But
You're actually at 5 minutes, so.
Really? Okay, well, there we go. So, yes, I understand that this is something that you guys will take back and debate and kind of talk about. So, I'm not expecting an immediate answer, but I'm certainly very grateful for the opportunity to speak. And, of course, look around and see all you awesome people doing a good job trying to keep our city rolling. So, thank you guys very much for your support. Have a good day.
Thank you for all the work that you do in the community. When are nationals?
Sorry?
When are nationals?
February, last week of February, first week of March.
Just make sure you're speaking into the mic. All of your fans at home will want to know too.
Last week of February, first week of March. So kind of they split the month there with when it's happening. And Calgary's going to put on an incredible show. They always do.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Anyone else for open mic? Nope. Looking for an adoption of the agenda? Councillor Blatz, I think we've got some additions. Go ahead.
Could administration please get CP payment, invoice payment added? We have a previous motion that came out of a closed session that we forgot to bring up at the last meeting. And then I have a final report on the McLean's Meats investigation.
So I've got CP payment as 15B, McLean's Meats as 15C. Anything else? Councillor Blatz?
Yeah, I'd like to add the Manluck memberships for the Special Olympics.
$15D. Yes, we've got one for the RCMP, 15E. Anything else from council? I've got two that I'd like to include. One is residential vacant lots. (15F) and one for closed session on city amenities. Okay, one at a time here, adding to the agenda. CP payment, those in favor? Carried. McLean's Meats? Carried. Manluck memberships? Carried. RCMP? Carried. Residential lots? Carried. And the closed session for city amenities? Carried. Looking for approval of the agenda as amended. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Delegations. We've got Catholic Social Services here today. If you'd like to join us up front, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Gandam and Council. A sincere thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on the issue of handy van services in the city of Wetaskiwin. My name is Dr. Troy Davies, and I am the CEO of Catholic Social Services, more often referred to as simply CSS. We are a large, multifunction social service agency that provides a wide variety of social services to vulnerable Albertans in numerous communities throughout Alberta, including Wetaskiwin. Today I'm joined by my colleagues, Karen Murphy, the Vice President of our Central Region, which includes Wetaskiwin, and Sheila Cole, our Manager of Residential Disability Services right here in Wetaskiwin. Beginning in Edmonton, CSS has been in operation since 1961, later expanding to many other communities and arriving in Wetaskiwin in 1986. In your community, we are very pleased to operate 10 homes for people with severe and complex developmental disabilities, physical and mental. These homes house a total of 39 residents. These individuals live with a wide variety of challenges, including Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, autism, and spastic quadriplegia. We were extremely discouraged to learn of your recent decision to discontinue transit handy van services in Wetaskiwin as of June 30th, and we are wanting to make you more fully aware of the human impact of your decision.
We've relied on handy van services for decades. The handy van enables our residents to access their community day programs, which provide them with vocational opportunities, recreational access, social outings, and opportunities to meet with their friends, all of which provide them joy, meaning, and a sense of belonging. Taken as an entire group, our residents attend community day programs for a total of 418 hours per week. Without the handy van, the people in our care will have no way to access these day programs. Likewise, these individuals require frequent doctor's appointments and meetings with other health professionals. Transporting them to these essential appointments will now be an extreme challenge. We are a non-for-profit social services provider. That is our expertise, our mandate, and our purpose. We're not designed or equipped to operate a civic transit service. We believe that's the proper responsibility of a public body, such as a municipality, much like it's a municipality's purview to provide snow removal, policing, or utilities. I'd like to ask Sheila to provide a couple of specific examples of the way in which our individuals' lives will be impacted.
Thank you, Karen. I'd like to share with Council the story of a man we'll call Craig. Craig is a paraplegic and uses an electric wheelchair for mobility and independence. He attends the Horizons program 5 days a week for a total of 30 hours. Craig volunteers at the Wetaskiwin Hospital Long-Term Care Unit and is currently in a paid placement at the high school. He loves to go to Walmart to shop and to socialize in the coffee shop with his family and many friends. People are better for having Craig in his life. Craig is totally reliant on the handy van service for work, volunteering, going on social outings, and for getting to his personal and medical appointments. Craig loves his independence. He loves to be part of his community. And thank you, Council, sincerely, for giving him access to the community to this point. Your handy van services has helped him have a flourishing life. However, when Craig doesn't have his independence, he becomes depressed. His self-worth drops drastically. When this happens, he stays in bed most of the day, which often leads to bed sores and hospitalization. Staff try very hard to prevent this from happening, but now this critical transit service has been eliminated, or will be eliminated. Depressive moods are sure to come much more often, and his independence is constricted and taken from him. I also think of another of our precious residents, someone I'd like to refer as to Darcy. Darcy completely relies on the wheelchair for mobility, and he attends the Connection Day program 5 days a week. He gets there by your handy van service. Darcy absolutely loves to attend this day program, and when he cannot attend it or go on social outings, Darcy turns to self-abusing himself. In one past instance, this self-abuse even resulted in a retinal detachment. This was during the COVID, a time of isolation and having no access to his community. Darcy had to undergo surgery to help correct the detachment. Incidentally, Darcy also relied on the handy van service for many local optometrist appointments to monitor the healing of his eye. Losing the handy van service will make Darcy's already difficult life that much more difficult. Because of his broken body, Darcy has had to carry a heavy load in his life, but your handy van service has enlightened that load. You helped him carry his cross. I want to thank you, Council, for the gift that you gave him. It gave him a sense of self-sufficiency and self-regard. But I'm worried for him now and how his life will revert with no more bus. There are many more stories like Craig and Darcy that paint a picture of how important the handy van service is to your most vulnerable citizens. And they all share the same conclusion. Losing this vital community service will seriously impair the quality of their life and their mental and physical health. It will also negatively impact all the brave staff who work with these individuals every day to see how the quality of life of those they care for have been so significantly altered.
Thanks, Sheila. To conclude, we understand that there are real financial strains on community resources and public budgets, and we understand the desire to seek savings. And we recognize that, as you mentioned in your press release of February the 23rd, that the population who uses your handy van services only represents 1% of your population. But we think it's important that you ask, who is that 1%? And do they have other options? The answer is an unequivocal and categorical no. Unlike you or I, they do not have the ability to drive a car, or a friend to call for a lift, or the ability to walk across town in order to access their community. Because of their disabilities and through no fault of their own, they are utterly dependent on their community, upon you and I, for all of their needs and all of their care. They are amongst your most vulnerable residents. And bearing this in mind, the words of Gandhi ought to strike all of us when he said, "The true measure of a society, of a community, can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." Your tagline as a city is Wetaskiwin, the city we share. But as it stands, these individuals will no longer be able to share in the city as much as other citizens. They will increasingly become shut-ins, homebound, and cut off from the community they love and call home. Respectfully, we believe Council has made a mistake, a terrible mistake, on the backs of some of its most defenseless people, and that this decision is not reflective of the great city that Wetaskiwin is and aspires to be. We thank you for giving us this opportunity to share with you and for taking the time to listen, and we thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much. Looking for a motion, please. Councillor Elliott.
Move that we accept this as information. Thank you.
Any comments, questions? Councillor Blatz.
No, I just wanted to thank you guys for
Make sure your
presenting.
mic's on.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. I just wanted to thank you guys for presenting today. As you guys know, I work at the hospital, and I get to see this population every day. I get to see the long-term care patients that are also affected by this. And so I just wanted to thank you guys for coming in today and talking to us about how this will affect your organization as well. And I appreciate the work you guys do.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to the delegation, I will second Councillor Platz's appreciation for you coming in and speaking to us. And we've said it before, and so I'm just going to speak from myself, is that this wasn't an easy decision for us. And so one of the ideas, or one of the thoughts that was coming across, is the ability to provide a better service. Is there funding available for other groups to provide a service? Because it's only within, I think, the last 5 years, it's been within my time in Wetaskiwin, that's been 9 years, that the city was even looking after this service itself. So has any of that work been looked into?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Aberley. Catholic Social Services actually ran this service many, many years ago, but we ran it at a loss. The business model was not one that made it a sustainable service, and I think As my colleague Karen mentioned earlier, we really don't believe that this is our service to run. This ought to be a municipal service. This is not our expertise in terms of providing a transit service to people with disabilities.
And just for information for me, and that's not, can you give me, and if you can't at this point, an email would be fine, instances of other municipalities of our size that provides a transit and service that is solely a handy van? And I will admit that one of my decisions to vote, because I did vote in favor of reducing this, was the idea that it is hindering a larger transit system, is my belief, is something that we might be able to look into, focusing something that is in the future something more appropriate, not appropriate, that's the wrong word, but usable for a larger population.
Right. And again, I can't comment on exactly, what the long-term plans are for the trend. You would know that much better than I, but in terms of other communities that have offered some of those services, we actually were talking just last week about this, and one of the things that we know is that communities that don't have a handy van service or the equivalent of it, or have reduced it, have actually seen people like ours leave their community.
Right.
Or seniors, for instance, that would rely on something like that leave their community, which I would hate to see happen to Wetaskiwin, because it would be inconsistent with the third goal in your strategic plan, which speaks about community and the need to be inclusive.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Dr. Davies. Do you have any buses currently?
We operate no buses. We have a couple of vans, if you will. Those vans, I think we've got one, and you can actually probably speak to it better. Do you want to speak to it, Sheila? Yeah.
So within the last year, we were lucky enough, our Sign of Hope Society has donated a van for the Wetaskiwin and Camrose community with a wheelchair lift, but we share that with 2 communities, with all our individuals of almost 50 individuals have to share one van with a lift. Okay. And that's for out-of-town appointments. It's mainly used for medical appointments. Day transportation to the day programs is, it wouldn't be even considered at this time, because it is busy going to medical appointments.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much for your presentation. Approval of the minutes, April 24th, 2023, regular council meeting minutes. Any errors or omissions? Looking for a motion to approve. Councillor Billingsley. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 9A, Committee of the Whole, staff reports for information. Welcome, Chief.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council.
Good morning.
So I'm here as a follow-up to the 6-month report. This is the 12-month report for the staff burnout and turnover mitigation strategy that was directed by Council. So the purpose is to report back the findings of reducing Wetaskiwin Fire Service call responses for medical calls, motor vehicle accidents, and false alarms after 1 year. Reduction in response to medical calls. We found that there was a reduction in medical calls from the previous report by 48%. Reduction in response to motor vehicle accidents. We found that there was a reduction in motor vehicle calls from the previous report by 34%, And we also found that the reduction in response to false alarms was reduced from the previous report by 52%. So it is my belief that the decisions made by council are the main reason for the call reduction, the call responses being reduced. And I also believe that we are in a better place moving forward than where we were a year ago with the staff burnout mitigation, with these reduction in calls. Further to that, just a little bit of background on the chart that's up there. So the reduction in response to medical calls, the reduction was to remove responding to Delta and Echo calls and only respond to request-only calls as determined by responding EMS crews. We did that, and as I previously stated, it was a reduction of 48% in the calls by doing that. The motor vehicle accidents, the recommendation was to respond to incidents that involved entrapment or high-velocity impacts, and by doing that, again, it was reduced by 34%. False alarms, the recommendation was to begin invoicing for false alarm calls, and by doing that, as well as not responding to the one-hit call, the first call without having contact with the key holder, we've reduced the call volume by 52% for false alarms. Further to those reductions, we are doing a review of the levels of service that the Wetaskiwin Fire Service provides to ensure that the services offered align with staffing capacity and current resources. This review will be achieved through the master plan completion. At the time of writing the report, the request for proposal was posted. It's now been closed, and we will go through the request this week and award it so that our master plan can get underway, the development of. Also, this work will also help identify key areas of growth, resource requirements, and ensure alignment with council's strategic planning. We are continuing with the mental health benefits and supports. We have had the pilot program where a psychologist is available to the staff members 24/7 to contact confidentially without having to worry about the billing. This program also allows for skills upkeep and training scenarios for our peer support team that we've developed within fire services as well as enforcement. This pilot program has been running since November 1st of 2022 and will continue until November 1st of 2023. It was grant funded. At the completion of this program, a review will be done to evaluate the successes and benefits to the employees and their mental health and well-being. We will then return to council and request a redirection of the $1,500 mental health initiative to be put into this current program, the pilot program. Critical incident stress management. In November, Wetaskiwin Fire Service held a critical incident stress management course for all fire department members as well as enforcement members and our mutual aid partners in the area. And there were a total of 10 who attended. This was also there was also a Working Minds for First Responders course held virtually in the middle of November in which 5 members attended. We have enhanced our firefighting recruitment program. We developed a committee and we've partnered with the communications department to develop a comprehensive recruitment drive for 2023. In March, members visited a high school and we delivered a presentation to the grade 12 students. From that presentation, we received 2 names of individuals who would like to join the fire department. It also included information about the fire department, who we are and what we do. Another event that took place was in April. It was an open house at Fire Station Number 1 to promote Wetaskiwin Fire Services and the need for members. The fire department is also working on bringing back previous members who have reached out and asked to return. These members were in good standing and had to step away because of other circumstances. Other programs that we are utilizing right now involve fast tracking for those individuals who have previous training and experience. The fire department is holding an early recruitment class in which we have currently 10 people, and we're going to start that recruitment class as early as next week. We're going to contact the individuals the candidates, and we're going to start the process.
Good. That's it. Thank you. Looking for a motion. Councillor Eberly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council accepts the Wetaskiwin Fire Services staff burnout and turnover mitigation strategy update as information.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Any questions? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the Chief. Chief, I'm just wondering about the training facility. Is it being used at all? And if so, how much is it being used?
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes, it is being used. So when we put our training program into the calendar, there's only certain times that we can do live fires. The training facility is used for live fire training, so it's actually, I believe it's next week that they're going to start with some live fire scenarios through there, and our recruit class from last year will start going through it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. To the Chief, through the Chair, there's some big reductions here of calls, and so how has that affected your department? Are you finding that staff is happier, or are you finding that now you're able to concentrate on other things? Or what is the result of these reductions, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, thank you for the question. We're going through a lot of changes right now. Staff is happier in the fact that they're not going from call to call to call, and they do have some time given back to them for their family and family tasks. It's also allowed us to start developing some baseline to help rebuild the department, which is key to help get the morale back.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. And through the chair to Chief Coleman, I think this is great, and I thank you very much for the information, and also that some family time is being given back and things like that. Do you have an indication of our community's safety? So can you speak to that a little bit? They are calls that weren't necessarily, now we're rushing to something that we would have rushed to before. Do you have an indication of the impact it has had on that? Does that make sense?
It does. Through the chair to Councillor Aberle, without pulling stats, and I'd have to contact the alarm companies. The alarms that the calls that we stopped going to were non-emergent calls.
Mm-hmm.
So we were finding that for the alarm calls that we don't go to anymore, we were stood down 2 minutes into the response.
Right.
So everybody rushed from their workplace to respond to an alarm call, and they were stood down anyways. So those are the calls that have been reduced.
Excellent. Yep.
Same as the lift assist, so non-emergent lift assist, where if somebody was struggling and they had fallen down and they just need a lift up into their chair, those are the types of things that we're not responding to anymore.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen. No. Okay. Anything further? Have you received any feedback or complaints from the public about our change in our level of service?
Not directly, no.
Fantastic. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
9B, Corporate Business Plan Quarterly Update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are very excited to start bringing back quarterly updates to council again. So this report is intended to update council with respect to the current status of individual projects that are attached to the corporate business plan that align with council's strategic objectives. Earlier this year, council held their retreat, and there were no changes made to the strategic goals. Therefore, afterwards, the leadership team met for priorities. There are going to be some challenges moving forward, and we plan to bring those to council with the next update. The major focus for the next year is going to be on capacity building, and so there will likely be some shifts required to next year's projects. So we currently have 11 active projects. One of them is complete, 8 are on track, and 2 are on hold. I'll only speak to the ones that are on hold. So we have the update long-term statutory planning document. So right now the MDP is the major focus on that one. And Kathy's team does continue to work through that, but any future updates are being postponed until the new manager of planning and development starts. The other one that is on hold is the corporate planning, corporate planning and reporting structure. We've put this on hold, and so administration is currently reevaluating the scope and value of this project as it specifically relates to future aligned projects contained in the corporate business plan. So those are internal planning and reporting structures that we're going to work through. So we will have a better update for council at the next quarterly update. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Looking for a motion? Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council accepts the corporate business plan quarterly update as information.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I'm looking at, I've got to find it here. Update long-term, no, that's not it, the one on finance. Establish internal processes and procedures, and it's on track. Completion date December of 2026. So, have you established a checklist that identifies the processes that need to be addressed, and so they could be checked off as you work through them? Because when I look at this and I think, oh, well, do I wait till 2026 to know that we're making any progress here? So I'm assuming that you know, we're going to tackle project number 1 first and project number 6 sixth. Have we gotten to the point where we've identified how that breaks out into action?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so for instance, if it's the finance area, do you mean have we created a checklist of all the processes and procedures that need to be developed?
Yes, to hit that December 26th.
Not currently. So the project team has gotten together and identified these two as the most important areas, and we have several processes that we know we do. We know what services the department delivers, so those are going to be the checklist for how we develop out the procedures and processes. So we would look at the levels of service and what services that department provides, and then create them around each one.
So then how do I, as a counselor, know that progress is being made? Because 2026 is a fair ways out. And so if the next quarter report says we're on track for 2026, but there's been something happen in that preceding 6 months. So how are we going to be kept updated on the progress of that?
So we will report back quarterly. Finance and human resources were the first two. The fact that it goes to 2026 was looking at a bunch of corporate processes. Yeah. These were the first two for this year. So we plan to have, at the very least, all of them identified and processes developed and worked through. All the training might not be there and refining, but this year the finance and human resources areas will be done. Okay, then
I've misread this, I guess, because I was assuming that finance and human resources would be wrapped up by 2026. You're saying all the initiatives will be wrapped up.
Right, so a lot of the projects in here are multi-year, and we've started them already, but we have to pace ourselves. I tried to put a bunch on right at the beginning, and the team was like, no, we can only handle so many. So these were the two identified for 2023, and then 2024 we'll move on to some other ones, and each year we'll develop.
So it would be your plan that the processes in finance and HR will be completed by year end of this year?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, I just wanted to say really great work on this, because this is so comprehensive and really easy to see where everything's going, how everything's going to be laid out. I have a question for page 4 where it's the future initiatives, and it's the final one in the team communication and collaboration box. It says automate established processes to create inefficiencies. Why are we creating inefficiencies? And so I'm just wondering if that's a typo or if there's a reason behind the wording. I'm just curious.
Sorry, I don't have the background on that one. Candace, can you answer that one?
Yeah, it's through the chair to Councillor Blatz. That is a typo. We will fix that for the next update.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 9C, 2023 Quarterly Operating and Capital Projects Update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this update is to provide council with quarterly updates on the status of our 2023 operating and capital projects. It should be noted that of the 31 projects noted, 12 of them are current carry forward projects from previous years, and as such, you'll notice that the project status will say off track. This is because they were approved in previous years and should have been completed already. So I will go to the document. Again, I am only going to highlight the ones that are on hold, but I do have one addition to the sheet that we did not get on there. So a couple years ago, council had given permission or requested staff to do an environmental site assessment at the Northeast Industrial Area. We did the first level of that assessment, and the consultant came back and said we need to do a level 2 assessment, which is just going to dig a little bit deeper into the actual extents of the contamination. And so we've put this one on hold as it requires more money, and we will put in a business case for 2024. Of course, if council wants that moved up, we could have that discussion anytime. So in the attachment, I've got the stormwater preventative maintenance project that's on hold. I've asked staff to hold off on any of the storm-related projects until we get the regional study in, so that that project has been awarded and begun, and we anticipate later this year that we will have more information to approach the county on with respect to regional storm systems. So that one's on hold, as well as the culvert and bridge inspections. We've done all the ones within the city, and the ones that are outside of this, the city are in the 13 kilometers of ditch that we have. So again, I wanted that one held off until we had a chance to look at the regional system. Virtual City Hall was another one that was put on hold, and that will come back, but we need to get the e-billing implemented, which is currently being worked on. And that was it for on-hold projects. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council accepts the 2023 Quarterly Operating and Capital Update as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any questions? Go ahead.
Sorry, I just got to find it here. It has to do with By the Lake Park. At budget, we had set aside for 2023 up to $1 million on cleaning out by the lake. But it says expected completion of 2024. If that's the case, why did we then allocate that money in 2023?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. So there is going to be an update coming to council because council wanted the opportunity to review and approve before we put tenders out. So there is an update coming, I think, to the next meeting. The reason that we put it to 2024 is that the pond dredging is better done over the winter months. And so because it could probably and likely could still be done over the winter this year, we would have to go back and rehabilitate the site and do everything into 2024. And depending on the extents and what's approved, it could be much bigger than we originally thought, so we might need to push the work into next year.
Thank you.
Councillor Eberly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Sue, just on page 5, talking about the ice plant possible delays, and I understand that supply chain, the ice plant Arena 2, supply chain issues can continue to be a pain for everybody. I think my question is the likelihood and what impact this might have on community groups that use Arena 2 regularly. And is there any thought into how we might mitigate that if this does not get completed by this autumn?
Yeah, so obviously through the chair to Councillor Aberley, we We just want to highlight that it's a possibility. I do think the team is very active on this project, and they're working through any of the delays. If we are unable to, we would work with the user groups, and potentially we've had some discussions about regional help, so we could work with Millet and other communities to try and mitigate the loss of that ice time. But I believe we reported previously too that some of our ice surfaces are underutilized, so we would maximize the other ice as much as possible and then look to surrounding communities for help.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Sue. The parks infrastructure maintenance set aside $15,000. Is that dealing with the furniture that we talked about being replaced?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it is an annual program that replaces along the trails in parks everywhere. So it just hasn't been started yet, but it's going to be an easy one for staff to just order and then go remove and replace.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. 9D, Transport Canada funding, Wetaskiwin Regional Airport Corrective Actions Report.
Good morning, Council. The report in front of you today is based on a finding that was identified by Transport Canada after or during an audit that was conducted at the regional airport here on February 14th of 2023. Excuse me. So the non-compliance with the Canadian aviation regulations was issued and indicated that our airfield signs are not illuminated as required for runway use at night. So to address the finding, we've submitted a response to Transport Canada, and we've suggested that we'll install the solar spotlights to illuminate those signs as a temporary solution until a capital project can be completed to install fully illuminated airfield signs in compliance with the regulatory requirements. We also would like to apply for the Strategic Transportation Initiative, Infrastructure Program, which is the STIP grant for illuminated airfield signs. That needs to be submitted by November of 2023 for funding for 2024. We would also like to submit a capital project charter for those illuminated airfield signs as part of our 2024 budget. And then we would also provide a notification of the completed corrective actions to Transport Canada once they were completed. One of the risks without completing this corrective action to address this finding, Transport Canada could remove the airport approaches, close the airport to night use until it's repaired, or suspend the airport operating certificate for non-compliance. The airport operations and the use of it could be restricted to visual flight rules for daytime use only if we don't correct this issue, and the possibility of suspending our operating certificate. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that City Council receive the Transport Canada finding Wetaskiwin Regional Airport Corrective Actions Report as information.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, how often is this report, or do they come and do an inspection on the airport?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, the last Transport Canada audit was in 2018, so about every 5 years.
And at that point, were those signs illuminated at that point?
They were not. It was also noted as a finding at that time.
And is there an appeal process on so said non-compliance?
We could put in an application to request an exception to the Canadian aviation regulations, but the safety inspectors that we've spoken to said that it is very unlikely that we would get an exemption.
So will we be asking for an exception?
If council wants us to, we certainly can.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Kathy, could you just clarify for me, the temporary solar lights having to be temporary is a Transport Canada regulation, that they can't be solar lights? That was confusing to me, why it was temporary.
Through the chair to Councillor Ablerley. So the temporary solution that we have are essentially like we have solar lights that we purchased and clip them on the sign. So they're not meant for sign illumination. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Through the chair to Kathy. Do we have any numbers or statistics related to night flying in our community?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that's something I'd have to ask the airport manager.
And then the second question to that would be, if we chose to just do day flying, what would the implications be for the airport?
I would have to ask the airport manager that question. I do know that our airport is open for Medivacs. So if that was to happen at night, we would likely not be able to have Medivacs.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz?
No, Councillor Nielsen already asked the same question that I was going to ask. Thank
Anything further? Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not aware of the protocol, but can we make a request of administration to collect some of that data that we just asked questions on?
Following, yeah. So there's a motion on the floor right now. Once that motion is passed or defeated, you can have a subsequent motion or a follow-up motion. Yeah, Councillor Billingsley.
Are we not in P&T or Committee of the Whole, though?
Oh, yeah. So we'll accept this as information,
Yes.
and then it can be added as new business. Thank you. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take an 8-minute bio break. Reconvene at 10 a.m. Item 10A, Community Grant Program Policy Update, formerly the Grant and Aid Policy. Welcome, Karen.
Good morning. Just going to shimmy this for now. Hello. All right, so I'm bringing back the Community Grant Program Policy. Council last saw this on March 27th during Committee of the Whole. And so the changes that I made into the policy procedures and the applications are in yellow, and deleted items are red lines. So just a quick highlight. There was a request to update definitions to be more user-friendly and in plain language. Ranking criteria was updated to align to the 50-year community vision and council strategic plan. Included a distribution of funds timeline to be within 60 days of council approval, and then also added a section regarding events. And so that defines regional and local events. And then we also had a question the last time about community groups that don't have a social status applying for funding. So throwing out the idea of a group of individuals with a shared interest who come together to further a mission are eligible to apply for funding. To be considered a community organization, the group must contain at least 3 community members and or project volunteers. And that is further described later on in the documents. So attached to this, we have our community grant procedure, our community grant program application form, and then new that council would not have seen at Committee of the Whole is the application guide. So that is a more comprehensive guide that people who are applying for the grants can go through, answer the questions, and it leads them through. I did want to make note, I missed on the last page of the user guide for completing Part C. There's a yellow highlight of insert verbiage there. And what I meant to include was reference to our 5 pillars. So the question would be, does your event or project support one or more of the 5 pillars of the 50-year vision? Please explain. So I'll leave that there for now, and if there's any questions or amendments that you'd like made to the policy, we can do so now.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council approves policy CO-019 cited as the Community Grant Program Policy as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Start us off, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, who does that ranking? Like you have the scores that up to 100. Who sits on that to decide the scores?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that would be administration. So the department that would be handling this would do the reviews, and I imagine it was also get run by senior leadership as well prior to it coming to council.
Thank you. On item 6C, provide a report no later than 60 days. And I guess my question is, or what? And then I looked and it shows item I that they can't, if they haven't fulfilled their requirements, they're ineligible. Mm-hmm. Does that mean 3 years later they could do that and then they could reapply again? Like it's a little...
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I hear what you're saying.
I'm wondering if we need to amend that.
Are you looking for it to be more strict?
Yes.
Okay.
Or just more clear. If you're ineligible, how long are you ineligible for?
Right.
That's a great question. I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head.
And I don't think you need to. I think council needs to decide what that ineligibility would look like.
I think so.
Go ahead.
Speaking to that, I would be perfectly in favor of saying you're ineligible for funding. If you can't get the report back, then that is a lifetime.
Forever.
Yeah. And I'll just say as an example, I'm behind quite a few grant writing things right now. So I have to get those in other instances before I can apply to that funding, whether it's provincial or societies, other funding. It's a standard.
Councillor Elliott, to that.
To that, Mr. Mayor, staff and/or board members could change, which may be much more active, and so to say you can't ever do that, maybe at this point in time you have slack staff or you have a board that doesn't care, then if all of a sudden you get a caring board and a really diligent manager, maybe they should be allowed to reapply.
Then they just apply under a new name, like the Schmeritage.
You're funny, the Schmeritage. What I would say at that point, though, is a report could be, we don't have the information here that is available to us. It's still saying that we have acknowledged that this report didn't come in. Here is where we're sitting now. So what the substance of that report is, I'm not dictating, but I'm just saying, acknowledging that we didn't acknowledge that it was completed is also a report. If that makes sense?
Could we have it that if you're past the 60 days, you still have to submit a report and then you're eligible for funding in 2 years? So that eventually we do get a report, and to your point that if you have a board or a chairperson that didn't get that together, got sidetracked, got hit by a bus, whatever happened, and they didn't get that done, that the board or that organization still has the ability to apply for the grant after they've submitted the report 2 years following. That would be my amendment. Would that be difficult to track, Karen?
Through the chair to the chair, I don't think that would be difficult to track.
To the amendment? Councillor Billingsley.
Yeah, excuse me, and was one of my questions, is how is that going to be tracked? Is that if they aren't eligible any longer, is there something that we have in place that we know who is not eligible to apply? And the answer is yes. Okay, then I'm good.
Okay. Anything further? To the amendment, those in favor? Carried.
Through the chair to administration, we had talked about, like, these could be grants $500 and above, or any amount.
500 through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, to $500 to above.
Okay, and any of these, back in the olden days, when you were there, when was there something in there prior that allowed that or disallowed them after 3 years to apply, or was that for only the $500 and below?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, so that was in the old policy.
So there is nothing in this policy then that states that, so this could go.
There is.
Right.
Yes. And I highlighted it. So on page 8 of the grant program, the application form, community grant program application guide, groups can receive one-time funding for 3 consecutive years, after which they cannot apply for the next 2 intakes.
So they can go for 3, miss 2, and then come back to the well.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Averley.
Thank you. One of my questions was a follow-up to that, and to be perfectly honest, I don't truly understand the reasoning behind a 3-year off for 2, on for 3. There are many groups that would require regular funding because of a lack of the ability to get other grants or to get donations and to do these things. So if we're wanting to see something in the community that is put on well consistently, it may require more than those 3 years. So I'm not sure the rationale behind that.
Are you making an amendment?
Yes, I would like to
strike that.
Strike that.
To the amendment, Councillor Billingsley.
I could support that, but where I'm struggling a little bit is, what is this money for? Is this kind of monies to get organizations up and running, or is it to fund organizations forever? And I think we need to decide of what that is and what that looks like. And if it's forever, then I could support the amendment. If it is just to get them going, then obviously I can't. And I think we need to discuss exactly what these monies, what the intention of this money is for.
And for me, I think it is, if it's to provide an event and it happens to be forever, I think that if this little bit of seed money helps keep that going, then I can support that. In a report back where an organization or a group is able to be sustainable, I would hope that in their application, it shows that they've got revenue or they've had the ability to do this, and the extra money from the city isn't needed, which then could be a reason why it wouldn't be approved either by council or by administration through this policy. So I'm okay with events going on forever with a little bit of help from the city. Anything further to the amendment? Councillor Blatz?
Yeah, I just wanted to get some clarification on your last comments, Mayor Gandam. I just want to make sure, so are you saying that you're okay with striking this and then coming back with a new idea of if they're making more money than what we're giving them, then they would become ineligible through that?
I guess it would be my hope that if I'm running a Teddy Bears picnic and am able to be running that program without help from the city, that I'm not continuing to ask for that community grant program. And so in the reporting, coming back to council or to administration, if I made $100,000 and I've got that carried over, then administration then has the ability not to approve that moving forward, or council has the ability to not move that forward based on my ability to be a self-sufficient event.
Which I completely agree with. I just think that we need to have that somewhere in the policy then, just so that then it's not like it's out of our policy, but we're declining it anyways.
Yep. How can that be captured? Sorry?
I believe that it is in the ranking criteria, and that was how I looked at it when I was reading it, page 3 of 3 of the community grant program, where it says the degree of financial need of applicant and how much self-help. That was how I read that question when I was looking into it.
Yep.
But
And Mr. Mayor, I think once we look through their report, council would have access to that report the following year when their grant application came in. So if they had a huge surplus, then the council or the administration could turn down that grant as well, just based on those reasons.
Is that doable?
I think so. Through the chair to council, yes. I think that should be okay.
Okay, so to the amendment, taking out the 3 on, 2 off. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Back to the motion on the floor. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just going to clarify when under section 1 how to apply, and it says the deadline is October the 1st. And that is the final deadline, and then the next one would be April. And so if people say I didn't see the deadline, or I didn't know, or I'm a little bit late, that will not be accepted now with no exceptions?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, correct.
Okay. And if they didn't have a complete application, let's say they didn't have all of the information that was requested, would that go as incomplete and we wouldn't be looking at it either?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I'm hoping with this new, with the new forms and with how we're going to be running the program moving forward, is these groups will have more of an opportunity to work with a member of staff. So if they are struggling with any form of the grant, they could reach out early. So I don't necessarily think it would have to be an incomplete, but if they are handing it in on the last day expecting administration to fix it, I worry that it might be a no.
Okay.
So,
That's where I was leading. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. Through the chair to Karen, there was, so in the application guide, under 4.3.1, the eligible expenses on page 8, there was a lot of talk this last time and like for years of us doing grant and aid. In the eligible expenses, it says honorariums, wages, and contract wage agreements with workers. But we've mostly been talking about how that should be an ineligible expense. And I was just curious if there was a reason that's in the eligible expenses, and I guess how would the rest of council feel about striking that?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz. So this was left in because there are, let's say if there was an event that was put on, or if it was a project where you needed a specific project manager, like an engineering report, then that money that people are asking for, it could go towards that professionals for their fees. So that was the kind of the thoughts behind having it in there, but if council wants to have that removed, that's up to you.
Councillor Aberley?
Thank you. I would be willing to look at there being a limit of the amount going towards fees. So if you're only, if it's saying whether it's 20 or 30% or something going towards hiring or honorariums, I would see that, because there are times where you do need to bring in people outside of your immediate circle, but not necessarily that the whole money goes to, 100%.
I guess my concern with it is that if we're using it as like a way of people paying for staffing, then I'd be concerned about them not getting the grant application 1 year for one reason or the other, and then they're firing staff because of it. And so I just don't think that's a sustainable way to pay wages for somebody. I'm okay if it's like, I don't even know how to word it. I'm okay with like changing the wording to like a one-time staffing portion of the grant, like for speakers and performers, like it says in here, or contractors, where it's just like a one-time thing for your event and it's a one-off, where once the event is done, then it's over with. But then if it's continuous staffing costs, then I have concerns in that, just because it's just not a sustainable way to pay for your staff.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make an amendment to this one statement. I'd like to see honorariums and wages removed from this statement. I think it's perfectly legitimate for them to have contract agreements that we can help support, but to pay wages and honorariums and staff, I think doesn't work for me.
To the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Aberley, sorry.
Thank you. I would vote in favor of that amendment if we took out the word honorariums, because honorariums could be used for things such as performers. If I'm thinking of an event that has a musical thing or an MC or something in the event, I would call that an honorarium.
Can you amend an amendment?
You should, through the chair, you should ask the city clerk.
Can you amend an amendment? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if we don't table it to another meeting, because I think there's still a lot of discussion that council wants to have around this, and I don't know that we're ready for a really solid approval with all of this discussion.
But if we have the discussion today, or if we have the discussion at the next meeting, does that change? And I mean, the overall approval doesn't have to happen, but I think the conversation still needs to happen to make sure that the document is what council wants.
Yeah,
moving
I
forward.
totally agree. I just don't know that we're ready, because with all of the amendments and changes that are going to happen in the document, it would be a lot cleaner if we could just bring back a document that council's happy with. So if we could, as information, take as information right now, gather all the feedback. Once you have the discussion, then we could come back at the next meeting with all the updates in there and the approval.
So can we have the discussion now and then have it come back
Absolutely.
for approval at the next
Yeah.
meeting? Okay,
Through the chair, could we have it brought back to the first meeting in June, please?
Absolutely.
Instead? Thank you.
okay. Councillor Nielsen has an amendment, so we will speak to that before we vote on it. Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you're removing wages and honoraria?
I would remove honorarium, wages, and then the second wage statement.
Okay.
So it would read, an eligible expense is a contract agreement with workers. So as Councillor Aberley was saying, if I'm hiring a performer, that would be under a contract. If I'm hiring an engineer, it would be under a contract. And so those would continue to be, in my mind, eligible expenses. But if I'm heading up an organization, I'm expecting the city to top up my salary. I'm not sure that that's the business that we're in. And that's why I selected the honorariums and wages to be removed from this statement.
Speaking to that, Mr. Mayor, I agree with the wages part, taking that out, but honoraria, if, let's say you ask somebody to sing "O Canada" at an event, maybe you might give them a $50 honoraria, or you might give them a gift card that cost $50 or something. And it's not a contract, it's, would you like to sing, Mr. Nielsen? And you say yes, and we're so impressed with you that we give you $50. But I think an honoraria, within reason, obviously, and you can't call it a wage or a contract. So I would agree with you about the wages for sure.
Can I speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Thank you. I think the concern I have is there's been some past history when we've had a major event where the board organizing it provided significant honorarium to the chairperson for all the time and duties that they performed. And we've had conversations about what we perceived was the inappropriateness of that. And I don't disagree that handing someone a $50 bill because they sang "O Canada" is a concern to me. But handing someone $5,000 to chair a planning committee it's just an honorarium. And so I worry about how it's going to be interpreted as such.
If I may respond, Mr. Mayor, but there again, would this not be in the application? So in the application, you itemize what you're going to be spending your dollars on. And if you had $5,000 for honoraria, you could say, okay, we'll take that out. So now we've dropped whatever we're going to give you, your grant and aid, by $5,000. I think that would be up to whoever is reviewing the application process too. But then, yeah, we're not giving them parameters, are we? So.
Totally unrelated. Can you tell me which events are going on that are paying the chair or the organizer $5,000?
I'll chair.
Were you asking me to name the organization seriously?
No.
Oh, okay. No, I have no idea the amount, but
I'm
somebody
just, I'm
got
just
an
looking for
honorarium.
a side hustle, that's all. Councillor Blatt.
Okay. To that, because I completely agree with Councillor Nielsen, I do worry about like what people will interpret as honorarium. would it be more appropriate to use the term like one-time honoraria up to $50?
I wouldn't limit it at $50. And I try to think it what it is. I would be 100%. I agree with everything that Councillor Nielsen's saying. So, except the word honorarium means something different to me. And if there is a way we could define a percentage of a budget or something into that, that an honorarium is for not a consistent payment for somebody to do things, but on the event of, on the day of, or things like that, because that's not how I, in my other life, use honorariums. So the word, does that make sense? So that's where I'm having, I think.
I have every confidence in you that you would not abuse it.
Well, I might abuse it, but
I'm not sure
other
that
people
we need
would.
to leave the door open for that potential.
So do we define it? Because I think that if I'm giving an honorarium to an O Canada singer or to a dancer or to, and I know it talks about elders later, but there could be other people that we want to come in, and so limiting it at $50, no. At 100 to 200, I could see. It's a big discussion.
Through the chair to council, so what I'm hearing is we'd like to have a definition of honorariums. And would you also like a definition of wages included in the policy? Would that ease?
But if wages are being taken out, it wouldn't.
Correct.
So amendment right now, just so we're clear, is what we're going to vote on to move forward. If there are pieces of the amendment that you don't agree with, then you would obviously vote against and then have a follow-up amendment if you want. So anything further to the amendment, Councillor Billingsley?
Through the chair, I'm wondering if we just don't get rid of it. I mean, most of these organizations, is this monies that we would be giving them is not 100% of their funding, and they could use those dollars that they have, how they fundraised or whatever, to pay those honorariums. Then we don't have to deal with it, and because it becomes very, is $50 enough, is $200, and this way it's not something that we need to deal with.
Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just was thinking about the Canada Day event, and if that committee were hiring performers, would that be a contract or would that be an honorarium if I ask somebody to come in and do something related to their skill level and say, would you like to be a dancer at our event? Would that be an honorarium or would that be a salary? Because if that was an honorarium, sometimes they're more than $200. So
I feel like that would be contracted, because you could do a contract and say this is what you're getting for this event. So I feel like that could be contracted pretty easily.
Okay.
See, and I see it the other way. I see that as an honorarium. Councillor Aberley?
100%, and that would be considered an honorarium. It's also, and I'm just thinking, when I do events, when I do things, I don't contract a service. I don't say to X person, can you come do this for so much money? What I do is at the end, and it is, when I know what my funds in and out were and what is left, that is when I decide how much I have for honorariums. And those are not contracted services. A contracted service, and I'm going to use the Canada Day example only because it was brought up, but it's not relevant for this at all, right? Because it's funded different, but having the fireworks come in is a contracted service. Asking somebody to come and sing and they may or may not get money to do so, that's when they get an honorarium. So it is a gesture of here, thank you for your time. That is an honorarium in my day-to-day, not something where it is planned and come in to be a larger event. So I won't be voting in favor of this amendment because it includes the word honorarium, and I want to see us work around that word. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott? You're good? Okay. Anything further? To the amendment. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Billingsley.
Looking through this, I couldn't see anything in here that donations to other organizations. We had a situation in the fall that one of the organizations was making a donation to another organization. Is there anything in, unless I missed it, that excludes that fund distribution?
And through the chair to Councilor Billingsley, are you talking in the terms if they're doing like they're fundraising specifically, or they're just giving their money to?
An other organization.
Okay. I'll have to take that as an information request, just so I can,
Okay.
off the top of my head, or you can, I just don't
I
want to
couldn't
sit
see
and
it,
read for 5 minutes.
and I would like to have that. I'd like to make a motion that donations to outside organizations are ineligible.
So if the event, so again, if I'm running a teddy bear picnic,
Yep.
and I come and get $500 from the city for it, I run the teddy bear picnic, it's wildly successful, and I make a $5,000 donation to this organization, am I not eligible for that $500 that I've asked for at the beginning to run the?
Correct.
Okay, so if any event is happening, in your mind, if any event is happening and there's going to be a donation made following the event, they're not eligible for this grant program?
No, because they made $5,000. What would they need our $500
Okay.
for?
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I agree 100%, except where it comes to the point where I may be not applying, but being the recognized society on behalf of another society, because that is in there. Is that if you're not registered with the society's acts of the 10,000 that there are, you can apply with your host society. So that host society would be making the money and having to donate to the little guy. I don't know how else to say
Not quite with you.
it. So in this application, it talks about the Society of Teddy Bear Picnics, or the group of Teddy Bear Picnics is not a registered society under a Societies Act. Therefore, they could go to the Heritage Museum and have the Heritage Museum, and I might be getting the wording wrong, but as their parent applicant that helps them go through the process, helps them create the budgets, helps them do all this, so we make sure as the city that the money is being managed properly. So is that money being given to the Teddy Bear Picnic, or is it being given to the museum to give to the Teddy Bear Picnic?
I don't know how to answer that.
Me neither.
I guess I'm just trying to curb using net profit to be given to another charity that didn't come to, to come back to us for that original amount is
Okay.
really what I'm trying to curb.
Yeah. Is there somewhere to put in, if you're making a motion, then that it is to somebody who is not part of the application? We cannot.
And what I said was donations to outside organizations. Would
Not
that-
labeled or not named in the application.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Does that,
I follow you, but I don't agree. That's probably not the great word. So if I run a 50-50 at my teddy bear picnic and again, sell $10,000 worth of tickets and I donate 5,000 of that to whatever charitable organization, I guess my stipulation would be that if an event was happening in town that we provided grant funding for to have, that if there was a donation going to be made, that that donation needed to be local as well. I couldn't donate to something outside of our community.
I understand. I guess what's really sitting with me is what happened last year when that organization came in and we gave them monies, and they in turn made another donation to another organization that had nothing to do with what they were doing.
Yeah. And for me, as long as it's local and they're sharing it within the community, I don't have a problem with that. But I can appreciate how council or some members of council don't see it the same way. Councillor Elliott.
So then instead of that, could they just give it to the other organization as an honorarium?
No, because honorariums are out.
Anything further? Councillor Nielsen.
Well, I guess, sorry, I guess through the chair, to whomever, I guess I would share the concern that Councillor Billingsley has in the sense that you come to the city and you ask for a bunch of money to run the teddy bear picnic. You run the picnic and you make gazillions of dollars and you give them all away to groups or a group or whatever, to the point where you have $0, and then you come back and you say, I have zero income, I'm short of cash, and I fall into the category of not being sustainable. So now I'm eligible to apply again. And I guess a lot of that will depend upon the mandate of the organization. If the mandate of the organization is to fund other activities, and we know that up front, that any money they make would be going out, that's one thing. But to find out after the fact that they've given all their proceeds away so they can queue up again for more grant money from the city is problematic to me. And I don't know how you address that unless it's through the actual mandate of the organization, and we know up front that they're going to make all their profits available to other organizations. Having fun yet?
Is there direction from council?
I made a motion. Nope, motion. Not allowing donations to outside organizations.
It would be an amendment because there's a motion on the floor.
I thought we voted on that motion.
On the amendment, and which goes back to the motion on the floor. So if you're wanting to include something so the motion right now is to approve the policy, which you made, but now we're going through the policy and making amendments to the policy.
You're right, sorry. Thank you.
Can you pull his amendment up, please? The one we're currently on right now. Do you have an amendment, or have we just been talking about?
I guess I made an amendment, not a motion. Exclude donate. How can I put this? Funding cannot be directed as donations to outside organizations? No, I move it through council, exclude funding. Thank you. Yes. To other outside? When I say outside, I mean outside of that group.
Who applied for the initial grant?
Correct.
Yep.
Do you mind?
Your mic's not on.
Councillor Billingsley, do you mind including that by outside organizations, saying organizations outside of the application, like not mentioned in the application?
Yes.
Yes, you mind?
Yes, I don't mind.
I would say not named in the application.
Yes.
So that looks after your partner. That looks after your partner.
To the amendment,
Could we understand that amendment again, please?
that council excludes funding as donations to other outside organizations not mentioned in the application.
Thank you.
I like that you make the amendment, Councillor Billingsley, and then give it the nod of approval.
It's the wording is really what I'm looking at.
To the amendment. Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Next sentence.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to, I think, administration. Can you explain to me your reasoning to have the delegations present to administration and not to council?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, it was just a decision that we'd made to do for an internal review of them, plus it would take it out of budget consultations. So we were just looking to streamline a process that got to be very long sometimes.
Yeah.
And it also gives, with the new criteria, it's more than just one person vetting it, prior going, or two people really, but yeah, just.
Thank you. And I would like to remove that, make an amendment to remove that, and have that a presentation be given to a committee of the whole. And my reasoning behind it is we were recently in discussions about ways that we as a council are part of our community and invite community people to speak to us. And so I would like the ability for all of us to sit together, for community groups to come and speak to all of us. If anybody had a question, ultimately we're making the final decision. So rather than just a presentation, or rather than a presentation just to administration, a presentation given to community of the whole. It doesn't have to be during budget. It is following the deadlines that they're also approaching council, and we're part of community groups and hearing what they have to say.
So that's what you're looking to remove, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Aberley. That's in the policy under responsibilities, and then removing appears a delegation for council to address the recommendation for council decision. But moving that up to council, sorry, the delegations coming to committee of the whole.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
what you're
please.
doing.
Yes, please.
To the amendment. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. My understanding the process is at budget time, we would set aside $80,000, whatever the amount is. And then from there, they would go to administration, and administration would then divvy up the funds. I actually like that idea in the sense that it no longer becomes political. And I think that it's best to have it at arm's length of these community groups. I have faith in, and I'm not saying you don't have faith in administration, but I just think that taking the political portion of it out, I won't be speaking in favor of the amendment.
Councillor Blatz.
I'm speaking in favor. I completely agree with Councillor Aberly. I feel like this is a council decision, and while I do understand Councillor Billingsley's concerns with it being political, I think that part of our job is to hear community members, hear what they want, and be able to make the decisions based off of that. I think that taking that power away from us is not something that I want to see, because I feel like that's directly involved in our role. And I also want to make it so that then we're accessible, because I feel like this adds to the ivory tower feeling, and I don't like that. I don't like that it just kind of stops community members from communicating with us what they want to see. So to me, I'm in favor of what Councillor Aberly's suggestion is.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Additionally, I think it would give each of the groups a chance to advertise via the internet, and so they would have access to that, and then more people might understand what they're doing too. Thank you.
I think the fact that we've spent almost an hour going through a very comprehensive, robust policy on what the grant program looks like, this is council's input. And I think for a long time, this has turned into political decisions on what council supports and what they don't support. And I think it removes us from that potential problem of approving Peter's whatever and not Tyler's teddy bear picnic, because both didn't meet the policy that council approved, but then they come in here and Peter gives a way better presentation to council, or you guys like Peter better than Tyler, and now he's approved for this funding that goes outside of our policy. So I struggle with wanting to have the ability to work outside of our policy if we have the potential of not using our policy to make those decisions. You can argue the empathy, the heartstrings, the feel-good stories of whatever's going on in our community, but you can't argue policy. And if that's what you want to do, then change the policy. But I think that Karen's developed a pretty fantastic piece here. Council's gone through and made sure that they're comfortable with what we have in there. I don't want to be sitting here and having to make decisions based on my feelings outside of what our policy says, so I won't support that. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to be clear in process then, because as I read this document, administration would through this document, do the vetting of the applications and then make a recommendation to council. So ultimately, council still makes the decision as to whether to fund it or not. Is that correct? Now, the second piece of that then would be, would each of those recommendations, would it come as a recommendation of a package where here are the 8 that we're recommending, and we either accept the whole enchilada or not, or are the recommendations coming forward, will they be individual? So group A, B, and C, these are the groups that we're recommending get money, and we make the decision A or nay individually rather than as a collective.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we would bring back a package that identified each applicant and a high-level overview of what they've asked for, what we scored them as, and how much they're requesting.
At which time you'd have the ability to pull
certain elements.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I'm just trying to think in relation to this last point, because I was understanding that it was coming back to us to vote on anyway, at the end of the day. So I don't see how it takes us how it takes the grant need out of the politics of it if we're making those final decisions at that point. So maybe I'm asking for a clarification of that argument, because I'm not understanding how it takes us out of it
So-
if they're not presenting to us as a whole?
Right, so we get the recommendation back from administration. These 8 have met the policy. These 4 have not. So now we're not hearing from the 4 that didn't meet the requirements to then make a political decision on whether to approve it or not. We still have the ability to say, this organization that didn't meet policy, we can still approve it as is, but it takes that portion of the organization coming and presenting to council to pull at heartstrings or plead their case when it doesn't meet the policy.
Right, so may I follow up just to administration so I understand? So if they were in the part of the policy that says that they may present a 10-minute presentation to administration, is that they have to? So you would hear from everybody, or it was only if the group applying chose to present to you?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, to the policy, it would be that ask to meet with administration for that 10 minutes. Because if there is something more, if there is just that clarification piece, and then it's important for administration to be working with those user groups as well to have a successful grant program.
So the idea is that administration would be asking questions to help the application to fill it out more, if you thought that, you being administration in general, if you thought that there were holes in the information being provided. It is not an attempt to sell their event.
Correct. Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, so I wouldn't say it's giving them an opportunity to finish filling it out. It would just be administration asking the questions, just ensuring that they understand the whole scope of their event or project.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think so. Thank you.
To the amendment, anything further? Go ahead.
Can you show the amendment, please? Because I may want to speak to it. Thank you.
Anything further? Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Councillor Billingsley.
Might as well keep beating this horse. I kind of had a little misunderstanding, I guess, of the spirit of this. I thought we were going to be, at budget time, allotting the money, right? And then having administration decide. I'm not sure if we want to have it totally arm's length political, that I don't think we need to approve it afterwards. We've approved the money, we've given the direction to administration to spend that money, and to me that should be it. I mean, that would totally then eliminate the concern about political feelings.
And groups and organizations still have the opportunity to come and speak at open mics or as a delegation.
Yeah. Right?
What would the comfort level be with administration if you made the decision through policy, period?
Through the chair to council, administration would be very comfortable with that.
Anything further to the amendment?
Can I clarify the amendment?
I didn't necessarily make an amendment, but
Sorry, when you said that it wasn't going to come back to council.
yeah, like I think under final decision on page 2, all funding requests are subject to city council approval. And the next 2 points, I don't know if that necessarily needs to be there. Maybe the no appeal to the city council or decisions under this program, but in other words, we've divvied the money. I guess All funding requests are subject to City Council approval. City Council reserves the right to distribute available funding in such a manner, and City Council may grant. I wonder if we need to change that to administration instead of the word City Council. Would that?
With the option of still being able to appeal it?
There is no appeal, yes, and then leave, there is no appeal to City Council for administration's decisions.
There is no appeal, or there is?
Is none.
I agree. If we're taking ourselves out of it completely, I want to be out of it completely. Thank you.
Anything further to the amendment? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Oh, opposed. Carried. Anything further? So the motion on the floor was to, let me see here, approve the policy. As per administration, what would the process be do we defeat that motion and then have a motion to have it brought back?
Through the chair, we could table the motion to the next meeting, or sorry, the first June meeting, and then at that meeting, we would bring in a motion to lift it from the table, and then the exact motion, after we look through an hour worth of debate, would be presented in that motion, and then you could approve that.
Okay. Councillor Aberley.
I would like to move that we table this motion to the first meeting in June.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. There is no debate on a tabling of the motion. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And again, recognizing the work that's gone into this, Karen. Trying to decide if we take a bio break or not. Yeah? Okay. We'll take a 6-minute bio break.
7.5.
And I apologize to Hope Mission, who have been here very patient. Thank you. Item 10B, direct control permit application for Hope Mission Shelter.
Is this still on? Okay. Good morning. So administration received an application from Hope Mission to construct a shelter facility west of 56th Street at 37A Avenue. Administration has reviewed the application and recommends it as presented. The proposed facility comprises two components built over 2 phases. Phase 1 is an emergency shelter, and Phase 2 is a transitional housing component. The transitional housing component includes dormitory housing and individual suites. The emergency shelter component meets the temporary shelter service use in the land use bylaw, and just for the purpose of assessing and regulating land use impacts, the transitional housing component may be compared to the institutional group home use. The location was identified in 2022 by administration as suitable for donation to Hope Mission for this development. The parcel was identified as the best option based on the size of the land being sufficient and that the location is accessible to clientele and staff by a variety of transportation modes. And on April 11th, 2023, Council approved the subdivision and donation of 3 acres from 5800 37A Avenue for the development of the transitional housing and emergency shelter facility. And of course, Hope Mission also currently operates a temporary shelter at this location. Given the history of shelter and related operations in our community, as well as regulations applied to similar uses by the land use bylaw and the proposed facility's location, administration is recommending that council consider the following conditions. The facility be fenced with a 6-foot non-climbable fence with council to determine the extent of the fence, that an outdoor space or supervised indoor space for persons waiting to use the facility as overnight accommodation is provided to deter loitering in the neighborhood, that a landscaping plan be submitted to the City of Wetaskiwin for approval, that the exterior finish and landscaping be completed within 18 months of the permit being issued, that provided parking meets the requirements of group homes, which is 1 parking space per 3 sleeping units and 1 parking space per maximum staff members on shift, and in addition includes 1 loading space. Parking for people with disabilities must be provided in accordance with the Alberta Building Code. Building permit must be obtained from the City of Wetaskiwin with satisfactory inspections completed prior to occupancy of each phase. The property is in close proximity to the airport, so there will be no noise exposure to the occupants. Any protrusions from the roof, such as vents, posts, etc., that exceed 12 meters must be submitted to Transport and Nav Canada for aeronautical assessment. Any lighting on the property must not project light upwards or affect the visibility of runway lighting during aircraft approach to the runway at night. Materials for the roof or other structures must ensure they do not create a glare to aircrafts from the sun, landing lights, or reflections from other light sources. All applicable plumbing, gas, and electrical permits must be obtained from superior safety codes. Connection to water and sewer services are the applicant's responsibility and expense. All servicing must receive written approval from the City of Wetaskiwin Engineering Department. Prior to excavating to connect to city water and sewer services, the applicant must contact the City of Wetaskiwin Utilities Department to arrange an open ditch inspection before backfill. The applicant must obtain and comply with requirements stated on the open ditch inspection form. The storm pond adjustment must meet the approval of the engineering department. The finished grade elevations shall meet those shown on an improved plot plan submitted to the engineering department and the neighborhood grading plan. It is the owner and contractor's responsibility to ensure that approved grades have been met. Site restorations affected by this project must be restored at the proponent's expense. Site drainage must not be affected by the development. Any overland drainage issues that occur in the future as a result of this development should be corrected by the proponent at their expense. And lastly, the development must conform with the land use bylaws, general regulations, and other legislations, bylaws, or other land titles instruments, including but not limited to the Municipal Government Act, the Safety Codes Act, easements, or other restricted covenants that might be attached to the site. And finally, if the development permit is approved, notices of the approved development will be sent by mail to adjacent landowners, and those notices will list all approved conditions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Through the chair to council, I just want to clarify on condition 11, we would change that from the City of Wetaskiwin Utilities Department to Peace Hills Utilities, Inc.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council approves the direct control permit application for Hope Mission Shelter.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the mayor's chair to Sue, I think. Item number, gotta find it, 9, any lighting, is pretty self-explanatory. But other lighting around the facility, including parking lots, entrances and egress sites and so forth, do they all fall under some other code? Do they fall under item number 16 here? Like, what governs how much lighting goes around a hospital or a health unit or a school or a playground?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I don't believe we would dictate that on the private property. There is rules around road lighting, if you are putting it in the spacing, but we could put conditions, I think, because of number 9, that it would be downlit.
Yeah.
And there's a number of options that they could get through any lighting company. But we wouldn't necessarily dictate exactly how much lighting they would have on site.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions about conditions. I'm just wondering about the fencing. Who will be paying for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that would be the applicant.
Okay. And is there a landscaping plan? Trees, shrubs, flowers, or anything? It just says restoration, so is there an actual plan?
So through the chair to Councillor Elliott, condition number 3 is that a landscaping plan be submitted to administration for approval.
I guess I wasn't reading as carefully as I thought I was. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley. Councillor Billingsley.
Sorry, thank you. Through the chair. What is the criteria for the landscaping? Who decides that and what that looks like?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it's Development Services. Sue might know more.
So between engineering standards and land use bylaw, we have landscaping criteria, and so between development and engineering, they would be reviewing all of those landscape plans to make sure that they're sufficient. I do believe we would also employ bylaw services to make sure that from a SEPTED perspective that we're looking at this facility and through that lens as well.
Thank you. The fence. What is exactly a non-climbable fence? And also, is this a perimeter fence or is this just a fence? What exactly is this fence going to look like? Is it full property? And what is the fence?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we coined the term from CP and CN, who, when there are whistle cessations, they typically ask for a 6-foot non-climbable fence. There's a number of options that the applicant could choose, but then we would just review for appropriateness. As far as the extents, originally when we had looked at this, we talked about fully fencing it, but we realized that that's very institutional-like and probably not desired by anyone. And so the discussion, I know the applicant is here if council has questions. We were chatting before the council meeting about potentially areas where clients can leave the facility but not be exposed to the outside and vice versa, where we aren't having people coming in from the outside into a fenced area. So if they want to go out and have a cigarette or whatever is allowed within the facility, they have an area that is secured. But I believe the applicant already has some ideas on fencing if you want to ask them.
Thank you. And finally, number 5 about parking. I don't know if it matters or not. Will this be a paved lot, or will it be gravel, and does it matter?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it is in our land use bylaw that it is paved.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Kelly or Bruce, anything to add? I'd like to thank our administration for all the work that they've done in working with Hope Mission, all the work that Hope Mission has done in our community, with our temporary shelter, with the work that they were doing in our community long before they became partners in the shelter as well. So thank you very much for the hard work that you continue to do and securing the funding to make sure that a project of this magnitude can move forward. I know that we couldn't have done it on our own, so I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing for that, as well as the work that you're doing in our community to help change people's lives ultimately. So thank you very much. Anything further? Ready for the question? Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Administration would like some minimum direction on fencing. So I'm not sure how many open areas there are to the outside besides the front door.
Well, we have to have an emergency exit.
We'll get you at the mic. Thanks.
Through the chair, yes, we have to have access to all the main entrance doors. So we would be segmenting the parking lot, what we'd call a public area of the parking lot, and the staff parking area. So that entrance would happen to have fencing. And then at the backside, you have to have emergency exiting, part of the safety code's requirements. So again, if there was fencing necessary, you'd want to fence in that back access.
So then direction would be through code as well as any common areas that...
Correct.
Okay. Does that give you direction then?
It does.
And the material of the fencing then becomes the discussion between administration and the development applicant. Correct. In terms of what is constituted as non-climbable fencing. Correct. And appealing aesthetically. Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further to the fencing, is 6 feet high enough? And I know I don't want to get into a...
6 feet is our bylaw so you
yes,
have to make an
I
exception.
realize that, but okay, thank you.
If you wanted to, you could make the exception or ask for an exception. I'm short, so I have a hard time climbing a 6-foot fence.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering are we trying to keep people out? Are we trying to keep people in? Or are we just, what is the purpose of the fence? And if it's to keep people out, then maybe it should be taller than 6 feet. I mean, even if it's non-climbable, if you're tall, you could jump up and reach the top and pull yourself up and over if you're young and strong. So.
For me, it's a deterrent, and it's for sure to keep people out and keep the people there safe. It's not an institution. They're not required to be there, right? They have the ability to come and go, so it definitely is for the protection of the people using or utilizing the shelter. And it would act as a deterrent. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue, assuming this passes and we start moving forward, pardon me, as progress is being made, if all of a sudden we find something we've missed in these caveats, or how do you navigate those waters? Is that just discussion between the city and the applicant?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we are confident that we've got all the required legislated requirements or conditions that are in here, and anything else that would come up would just be a discussion between us and the applicant. It's pretty typical.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Looking for a motion to go in closed session. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Looking for motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried unanimously. We've got new business. I'm looking for direction from council on whether we take a break for lunch or we power through the next 5 or 6 items.
If we're going to meet for P&T afterwards,
Yeah.
I would prefer to take a hour and 5-minute break.
And come back to this?
Yes, and then go to do P&T.
Then we will break for lunch. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. Good afternoon and welcome back. We are going into new business, so item 15A, city-owned cell phones for council members.
Hello, Council. So at regular meeting on April 11th, 2023, a motion was passed for administration to bring back options for Council regarding city-owned cell phones. So in the report, you'll see we provided a total cost and then we broke it down per council member as well. So in total, if all, well, now we have 6 councilors, were to get cell phones, cases, and chargers, that would be $4,830. For one time, and then the average monthly ongoing mobility plan for those 7 cell phones would be $245. We further break down the cost below just so you can kind of see. We did just pull one cost, so we will do a more thorough review, get 3 quotes for the number of cell phones that are required. And then I will note we are currently working potentially on a new mobility plan agreement, which could reduce the monthly cost as well. And the timelines to get cell phones for new council members would be approximately 1 month. The motion provided, I did want to make note, it would be more useful if we reworded it to say I move that City Council approve funding up to the amount of X, just because we likely won't be utilizing the full amount. And then just one more cost update. So there are 4 councillors that have their personal cell phone numbers on their business cards. So there would be a cost to update those 4 business cards for those councillors. And that is it. If there's any questions, I can take them.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council approve funding for the amount up to $4,830, which is to be funded through the contingency reserve for the purchase of city-owned cell phones for use by council members.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Go ahead.
I think it's important that it's not required to have the cell phone, but if a councillor does want one, in other words, the city wouldn't be on the hook if somebody did not want to have the cell phone. I don't think it's important to, if you don't feel that having the information readily available, that's totally on each individual councillor, in my opinion.
Also worthy of note that if you do take one, it should be expected that you're using it too.
Absolutely.
Not a paperweight. Councillor Billingsley.
Question to administration through the chair. What's the lifespan of these phones? Like, are they, like, they're still owned by the city, so then at the end of the term they'd be given back. What's the life cycle generally on the cell phones?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. Currently, we don't have an evergreen plan for our technology, but in building that out, it'll be 3 to 4 years.
Thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, originally I was sort of kind of like against this idea only because of the fact that I was thinking about how I am okay with giving out my cell phone number until I realized how much I need a cell phone for council. And that was the whole thing behind it, was not being able to acquire your emails unless you have your laptop with you is very limiting, because if you're out and about, or if you're, let's say, at a conference in Toronto, it's really hard to make sure that you're not missing anything, make sure that you're on at all times. It's really hard. Especially when I'm at work, a lot of the time I end up missing a lot of things throughout the day or not responding in time because of the fact that I don't have access to my emails unless I have my laptop with me. So, and also it is good for privacy. There's times where you definitely don't want people knowing your personal phone number, and so I think that's good for that, but also the privacy of the person calling you, knowing that it's going to be on an actual business cell phone, I think is pretty imperative for people to feel safe to call you. So I am in favor of it.
I enjoy not having emails coming at me 24 hours a day. I can lend you one of Adley's little play phones if you want. Anything further? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the message is, should you choose to order one?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, not mandatory.
Thank you.
Just a little follow-up thing. Would this mean that we're going to have a policy that we can't download TikTok on our city-owned cell phones?
I don't know. Are you going to implement that policy?
Sorry, I missed
Me?
TikTok, I used to do.
Anything further? Candace.
I just wanted to add one note. So currently we have some room in the IT budget for our monthly cell phone fees. So in the 2024 budget, we'll just move some of those dollars over to council's budget. So there won't be an impact on the tax rate.
Perfect.
This will be approving funding for the amount of up to $4,830 to be funded through contingency for the purchase of city-owned cell phones for council. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item. I had a list and then I told Juanita what it was and then I lost my list. $15B CP payment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have advised council a couple of times over the last 5 years about an outstanding invoice with Canadian Pacific Railway. And recently, negotiations broke down and CP filed an action to get the bill paid in full. Our lawyer did reach out to them last week, and we would like to make an offer to pay half of the bill. If you remember, the agreement is over 100 years old, and we've been trying to get CP to the table to update the agreement. Typically, communities that have updated agreements have a cost share, which is 50-50. And so the lawyer thought that it would be a sign of good faith to say we're willing to pay half of the bill right now and then continue negotiating through this. So administration would be looking for approval of $121,850 to be funded from contingency in order for us to pay half of the outstanding invoice.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council approves funding of up to $121,850 for the outstanding CP invoices to be funded from the contingency reserve.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, what exactly do we pay CP for? What are we getting for the $240,000 per year?
Any, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, any work that is needed to be done around the rail lines is the responsibility of the municipality 100% right now with our current agreement. The argument that I have with them is other communities have negotiated 50%, and some of the costs we disagree with, and so we think there needs to be flexibility in the payment, but it's literally anything that needs to be done is considered our responsibility.
So any of the crossings, things like that?
Yeah, any upgrades, any to the road surface, to the arms, to the bells, anything that needs to be done.
And is there a mechanism for disputes on that, or I guess when it's 100%, you just...
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to admin. So do they have to inform us what they're doing? Can they just run up a bill of $10 million without any consultation?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, they can. They did, in this case, they did reach out to previous administration in 2015. When I arrived here in 2016, the bill showed up, and I had told them at that point I didn't have a budget for this, and then started the discussion to try and negotiate down. It's been going on for a long time.
And so this total amount is for the past year?
No, this was for the work that was done in 2017, where 50th Avenue and 47th Avenue, the rail crossings, those new plates that went in, that's for that work. And then they moved the arms forward, and then they paved over those old rail lines, which they were supposed to remove. So we would be paying attention when that comes up. We don't expect to see a charge on that because they should have removed them in the first place.
And how are, it may sound like a silly question, but how are we supposed to budget for this? Are we just supposed to arbitrarily throw in a chunk of change into our budget in case they do work?
No, what should have happened in 2015 when the request came through to engineering, it should have been a part of that next budget for 2016 for approval, and that didn't happen.
Okay, so typically we would know in advance that they're going to be doing some work?
Yes.
And the amounts of those dollars?
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further? Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair again. So if we were to choose not to pay, then what?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, they would take us to court. Given the agreement the way that it is, they would probably be successful in their court application.
And how do we eventually get to the point where we have a negotiated agreement similar to other communities?
We're working on that. So I, just last week when the lawyer had sent this opinion through, I asked him to continue to pursue opportunities to have those agreements. I've also talked to Mike Lavecchio and told him that this is an issue for council, and we could get the mayor to do some lobbying with CP and the government.
So we just can't stand on the tracks and say your trains can't go through, right?
I don't know, I've seen that happen before, just not with this. Can you maybe find out if he's going to be at FCM? He often is.
Okay.
Well, not if we owe him $121,000.
We can go 50-50.
We're going Dutch. Anyways, anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15C, McLean's Meats update.
Okay, that is also me. I provided a written report to council ahead of time. And I will read through it just because we don't have it up on the screen yet. So a complaint was heard at the public hearing for April 11th regular council meeting related to the rezoning of the property located at 5710 56th Avenue. Officer Liu was dispatched to the property to take pictures and report back. The day of the public hearing, Officer Liu was out. He also got a hold of Alberta Environment and Protected Areas to report the spill. The Environmental Protection Officer forwarded the complaint to the Food and Safety Division, and a file was also created with Alberta Food and Dairy. The situation, as noted during the investigation, found that an underground holding tank was used to collect the kill floor effluent into a buried cistern outside of the building. There were 2 breaks in the piping system that led to the discharge. These 2 pipes have now been fixed. Officer Liu spoke to the Regional Supervisor for Agriculture and Irrigation Meat and Dairy Inspection Section and received verbal confirmation that there are no health concerns or risks to the public and that it doesn't affect the business license application. They shared the conversation with the owner. The Regional Supervisor for Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation Meat and Dairy Inspection Section sent an email stating, I had a few calls with the manager of McLean's Meats as well as the new owner to find out more about this blood spill. What I found was that the pipe, which comes from the plant to an underground blood tank, only on Tuesday kill days, to the underground blood tank had slipped off, and hence the blood spill. This is uncommon and has never been an issue in the past. A follow-up inspection was completed at the facility, and the inspector assured him that, or he had assured the inspector that the blood was cleaned up. They also stated that it doesn't affect the business license. Under the meat inspection regulation, section 18, these types of operations are required to general requirements 18.1. The operator of a meat facility shall ensure that all meat the meat facility is designed, constructed, and equipped and maintained for its operational needs and the requirement of the legislation and the meat facility standards. Further to this, the meat facility standards require that section A2.1 subsection C, there is no pooling of water or of liquids are drained to trapped outlets. And A2.4b, the facility is designed and maintained with suitable areas and equipment for waste storage and removal. The owner reports that the steps were taken to clean up the spill and that Alberta Health Services inspector and an Alberta Meat and Dairy inspector were on the property and were happy with the cleanup. Officer Liu received the following email from an environmental protection officer who stated, Section 109, subsection 2 of the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act speaks to the release of substances to the environment. Section 2, no person shall release or permit the release into the environment of a substance in an amount, concentration, or level, or at a rate of release that causes or may cause significant adverse effect. He noted, as you can see, I must be able to articulate a significant adverse effect. With a relatively small release of blood, I do not believe I would be able to articulate this effect. The source of the release has also taken steps to be remediated, and the release through the hydrovac unit. As such, there was nothing further to investigate under my delegated legislation. Our conclusion is that city staff and Aquaterra staff worked to determine how the effluent was entering into the ditch in the north property. The team worked with the property owners to ensure that all that all infrastructure is maintained to not allow this sort of release in the future, and determine what steps the owner could take to clean up the site as per city bylaws. It was decided that no fine would be issued at this time, as we do not have proof of a release into the city's drainage system. The photos received were on private property. Staff will continue to monitor this site, and if a spill does occur and does enter the city's drainage system, a fine will be issued through city bylaws. Staff have also been in contact with the owners to discuss tipping options, and it was noted that they can haul their effluent to the lagoons as other holding tanks in our community do. I'd be happy to answer any other questions council has.
Just looking to receive his information.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council accepts the McLean's Meats investigation as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15D, Special Olympics Manluck memberships. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. So we heard the presentation today from Blaine Fuller about the athletes that they have for the Special Olympics wanting to have some memberships to Manluck, and I just wanted to start a discussion about that and what council feels towards that. I think that that would be a great opportunity for us to promote inclusivity in our community by helping out those athletes, and that's my opinion, but I'm just wondering how everyone else is feeling about that.
Go ahead.
Question to administration. Blaine came a few years ago and we helped him, but I don't recall exactly what his ask was last time and what we did for him. It was training of some form, was it not?
Manluck memberships.
Was it the same thing? And did we provide a seasonal pass for these athletes? Okay. And they weren't auto-renewed. It was just a 1 year.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are you going to make a motion, Councillor?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Thank you. I move. Hold on. I wrote it down how many athletes there were. 12 athletes, 14 total. For some reason I thought you said 40.
Yes,
14? Okay. I move that City Council gives the
Donate.
Wetaskiwin Special Olympics 14 Manluck memberships. 14 one-year Manluck memberships.
Councillor Billingsley.
Wonder if we need to say up to 14?
Sure.
Would you offer that as an amendment,
I
Councillor Billingsley?
do. Yes, I would. And I think it's important that something is in there about that they're for the athletes, not just for them to give out. I don't know if we need to have that restriction on there or not. Because he said 12 and 2, right? 12 athletes and 2 coaches. I don't know if it's important that we...
Aren't the memberships by name, or are they just given a card?
I'm not sure. It depends, I guess. There's probably 2 different ways of doing it, because I know they have flex passes or punch passes, and then they have actual memberships that are dedicated to an individual.
Because I'm assuming he's got 14 names in mind.
Right. And I don't know if that we need to be that specific on this or not. Administration, what do you, can you?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I don't think so. He could, once directed, he could meet with our Manluck manager and they could coordinate that. She could also follow up just to make sure that they're registered Olympians or whatever their process is.
So the amendment of up to 14, are you speaking to the amendment, Councillor Elliott?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking, why don't we just say to the Special Olympic swimmers and their coaches? Because...
It's floor hockey.
Pardon?
Floor hockey.
It's not swimming.
This is for... Okay, sorry. But just make it for the team and their coaches, period. And then if they get an extra one, because he said they get people going back and forth, why wouldn't we just, rather than put a specific, if we say 14, they all of a sudden end up with 15? Just a thought.
So Blaine came in and asked for the 14. I think that if he came in with a specific ask, that's what I would like to, that's what I would vote on to move towards. Otherwise, 14 could turn into, all of a sudden they've got an assistant coach or an assistant coach, and then we continue on. If in his calculations they've got 12 athletes and 2 coaches that would be utilizing the membership, I'm okay with up to 14. And that's allowing somebody who maybe doesn't want to partake or come to the Manluck Center as well. So to the amendment, anything further? Up to 14, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Anything further on the motion? Providing up to 14 memberships to the Special Olympics and coaches for a 1-year period. Those in favor? Also carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 15E, RCMP. We had a motion coming out of our closed session from last meeting. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that Council direct administration to respond to the RCMP's proposed repayment schedule by May 12, 2023, as per the direction provided by Council during closed session on April 24th.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15F, residential lots. I had noticed 2 lots, one at 225 Garnet Crescent, and the other was 168 Garwood Crescent. I guess my first question would be is whether or not the city owned them, and if so, would council be open to deeming them surplus properties to sell for development? My thought behind it is that we've got a number of playgrounds and parks in our community that could use some TLC, and proceeds from these sales could go into looking after some of that work. So my motion would be to direct administration to find out whether we own these 2 lots. And then that could be brought back to council for a further discussion. Yeah, 225 Garnet Crescent and 168 Garwood Crescent. Garwood. Pardon? Oh, I don't know how much time you need. It can even be second meeting in June. 22nd, is that what it is? 26th. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. That's it. Anything else from administration? Meeting adjourned at 13:29.
Okay, see you next week.